All right, mic check, mic check. Think we're in excellent connections right now. How's everyone doing? Sunday stream on some Tyranids, baby. In the game here. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent Lee, and welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Sunday? Well, it's my Sunday, late morning. What's up, Dragoon? What's up, Biker Scout? How are you doing? Always for some reason. Good. Alright. Always forget something. Yeah, we're doing alright. We had this crazy freaking windstorm. And I mean, it was blowing like, I think it peaked out like over 40 miles an hour. And now it's like, I went outside and I saw a whole bunch of the roofing from my house is all over my front yard out into the street. And I picked them all up and threw them away, and then like there's like a, I don't know, like a 5 or 6 foot by, I don't know, 3 to 4 feet section of my roofing on my house that blew off my house. Yeah, it came with a little bit of rain. I was expecting more rain. It didn't melt off enough snow, so I'm still dealing with snow right now. Still dealing with the snow, so now I got a little bit of snow. I gotta wait till things kind of dry out a little bit before I can get on the roof and patch up my roof. It's a big section of my roof. Big section of the roof came off. Alright. Yeah, it does. This sucks. I patched it before, but this is like the biggest patch that I did. The wind was blowing so hard. I've had this old barbecue of mine. It doesn't even work anymore. I need to take it to the dump. But it's like a big old like 8 burner barbecue. It's been sitting in my backyard, you know, since I moved here. You know, I moved that barbecue, and then all the things are all worn out on it. It doesn't work anymore. It's a propane burner barbecue, and I just need to take it to the dump. But that thing has never blown over in all the windstorms I've ever had. And that windstorm was so strong, it blew my barbecue completely over. It's a mess in the backyard. I gotta clean up a giant mess in the backyard. It's massive. Crazy. Anyways, yeah, that's how things were going. I mean, it was blowing so hard last night. Like some rain, a little bit of rain, not a whole lot of rain. I was expecting more rain, but that windstorm was just howling. And it was... Alright, now we gotta start working on getting We got to start working on getting the membranes on these things all done. We originally had this with burgundy. That was our base coat for all the membrane parts on that. That's all right. It happens. So we're definitely still going to need more of the burgundy. Start our base out. Try to finish up these. Okay. Next color is Shadow Flesh, or do I use? I can't remember. Got all these paints all over on my countertops, and now I can't remember what I. And flesh, or did I use Shadow Flesh? Then I know that the final coat is with pale pink. I know that for sure. I used tan flesh or shadow flesh. Can't remember if I used this one or this one. Maybe I just use shadow flesh? Shadow flesh is already dark. I went tan flesh straight into pale pink. Find out. Previous. Yeah, hopefully not. I don't think we get any. I don't think we get any other more weather until next weekend. So at least I got some time. I still have to wait till the roof dries out a bit. I have to give it another day or so before I can even work on the roof. It needs to dry out before I start laying new roofing shingles on the top there. I have to wait a bit. Proper. Finally know what your next project's gonna be now? What we got going on? What you got going on there, Hiker Scout? Hired to make the awesome 2 army for Warcry. Nice. For Warcry, would it just be the Osaric Bone Reapers then? But you're just gonna use like Tomb King stuff instead? Would they still just be the Osaric Bone Reapers? All planned out already. As all morning, so what it's gonna look like before I'm done. Dragon's been negative 50 up there with the wind chill. But that's cold, man. Yeah, I don't think you've had any like extra like weather, just wind chills and cold temperatures, right? Have you had any like, you know, snow or any of that? I think you guys have been pretty dry up there, haven't you? The Sorry Bone Reapers won't really look like that. Like Tomb. That's awesome. It seems like a pretty cool kit bash you got going there. Yeah, just dry and cold, right? Yeah, you just gotta wait for those Tomb Kings. I'm still waiting for the rule book. I just wanted to read the rules for the old world. Bring a little back, a little bit of nostalgia for a bit. Possibly get me motivated, but even I have so much Age of Sigmar models to paint. But it'd be kind of cool to get some of the old Slaves to Darkness models. Get them down, take a look, and see what I need to do because it's been years since I've messed around with them. Bone Dragon from Tomb King's kit, bash it all. Little to use a zombie dragon form as well. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. They're practically all bone anyways. Going from that, looking at that. Mid tones are a little easier to do. Base coats on the get so deep, just kind of hitting all the bows high freshness color here. I forgot to even look and see what kind of previews are coming for next week pre-orders for subs. Look at this. Too busy looking at all the damages in the house. And the one thing I forgot to check is seeing if all the fencing is all right. It could be all one. Else is Oh yeah, and Biker Scout, I finished up rigging Ahsoka. Did a whole binge watch yesterday. I was building the Chaos Space Marines and was able to sit through and watch all of that. And it's not bad. Not bad. I didn't mind it too. Gone up in the nerd world. So I finished it. I think I finished all the Marvel invasion with the Secret Invasion with Nick Fury. Then I was starting to do Loki second. I'm only like a couple episodes in. But the main thing was just getting all my Chaos Space Marines done. I'm down to just Chaos, like a group of 10 of Chaos Space Marines, a set of Havocs, and a set of Terminators. And I'm all done with all building all the Chaos Space Marine army, all the Chaos Space Marine figures. Then I was gonna start working on building the Leagues of Voton, Astra Militarium, and then I think I'm good at building stuff for a bit. I'm down with Loki second season, then I'll try to plug out the I guess it would be Echo would be the TV. I still have been lacking a little bit on the DC world too, because I still haven't watched Blue Beetle yet. For the chaos, I don't know. I think I should have like 3 to 4,000, well, maybe around 4,000 points of Chaos Space Marines, because I have a whole bunch already built. I have a whole bunch that were for the World Eater army, where I'm just gonna have to switch it over to a Chaos Space Marine army. Because a lot of guys like these don't go into World Eaters anymore. Like I can't have Dark Apostle, and World Eaters anymore, and I can't have Obliterators, so I'm gonna have to go and get some Army Painter paints for the reds. I think I still have the greens and stuff like that, so I can start doing the Red Corsairs when that comes out, because I have all these guys, and all we're gonna do is just we're gonna bring these guys out a little bit more, because I did these guys like 10 years ago. Relatively that 6 or so years ago when I painted these dudes up. So I'm gonna have to kind of refresh them up a little bit so they look up to concurrent to what I'm working on now. I might have to take all my old Corn Berserkers and just kind of put them into the 30k world. I think they'll fit fine with the 30k world, and then utilize everything that's from World Eaters, because I got like 3 Helldrakes or 4 Helldrakes. I just finished up building the Mauler Fiend Forge Fiends, but then I'm gonna do a magnetization on those. So I'll do magnetization on one, and then seeing how everything kind of fits in place. And then I might do a video recording on magnetizing the Forge Fiend, Mauler Fiend, of how you can switch out the parts on them. So you can either have them as Forge Fiends or Mauler Fiends. And I have 2 of them. I had all those built. Just got to get the rest of the Chaos Space Marine group of 10. I only have like 7 more of those to build. I got Havocs, and then I got Terminators, and then I'm done. Then they can go into the big pile of all my Chaos Space Marine guys. And then get into the Leagues of Voton, and then the Astra Militarium dudes, and get those all built. Then I have like a huge section of 40k models done. And then if I get all those done relatively early, I'll try to work on some Age of Sigmar dudes. Get some maybe small batches of them, so I can do like small sets of streams. I don't know if I want to just sit there and just work on Warcry guys or not. But I do have like Flesh Eater Courts and Soul Blight Grave Lords. I do got Cauldron Overlords. And I got a lot of Slaves to Darkness. So Slaves to Darkness, Flesh Eater Courts. Be kind of cool to get all those guys all done and get them built. Get the Slaves to Darkness stuff built and the Soul Blight Grave Lords done. So then we have like a good grouping of those guys. Kind of slowly plug away at those. They just don't go as popular on Twitch for viewership when I do Age of Sigmar stuff. Everybody like 40k stuff when I paint those. Besides the random models I do like busts and all those are for like specific things that are throughout the year. Blue Beetle is okay. Yeah, I want to do Age of Sigmar. It's just that it's not a very popular of viewerships when I do Age of Sigmar. And Age of Sigmar models are so cool too. It's not that popular when I'm like, hey, I'm gonna paint this and do that. You're not painting 40k stuff. I only get like a small few of people that are just like, ah, cool, you're painting Age of Sigmar stuff. But it's small and few. So I kind of paint up to like the meta of 40k because it's so much more popular. The Game Workshop era. Age of Sigmar. But they're just such neat models though. So cool. Alright, now we're going to do it all over again. In a batch of 2, so it's up to par here. See that's been going by a lot quicker than saw in part 1. Start doing all the block fills, paint by numbers, get all the colors where you want to be. Midtones and highlights, you don't have to be as thorough of getting it all into the nooks and crannies. You're actually just hitting all the highlighted parts of areas that you block fill. Makes them go by a little bit quicker. Little line here, a little line. crazy to get it into the crevice there. Yeah, true that. So you still want to plan on coming over here to the States, huh? Positive people I talk like over there and had a lot of job opportunities. Nice. Very nice. That means that you'll be coming over onto the west side. I'm doing a lot of touring when you're gonna come over. Start on the east and make your way over to the west. Where you want to stay? Well, understandable. I think like this summer I'm gonna be making a trip into the Midwest. Go check out good old Ohio. See if that's where I want to be. That's where I want to stay. So I'm kind of centrally located to get into all the competitions. Because when it starts getting into these miniatures and stuff, everything takes place in the Midwest, East Coast. Even down into the southern states. But nothing really happens over here on the western states. There's Las Vegas Open, but Las Vegas Open's like really small. It's like half the size of Epticon. Picking up a popularity, but don't really. Nothing that goes on California. I think like Oregon has PAX West. Like nothing happens over in. Yeah, it's all on the east. Like Midwest, like middle of the states and East Coast. Nothing happens. Like they have like tournaments of playing games. Like there's the Colorado, Utah, Las Vegas Open. I think there's a Slaughterfest or what, the Slaughterfest or whatever it is. That's in San Diego part of California. But everything else runs as RTTs. Mostly all those are RTTs, so they're all Rogue Trader tournaments. I go through all those. Any of your like all the Las Vegas Open or even Frontline Games is in Las Vegas. I think Arizona, Texas. They have those there in the southern states. They have like the Orlando. They have the Orlando GT, Louisiana. Sometimes in Atlanta, Georgia. And then I think there may be one tournament thing that happens in Los Angeles. But that's about it. And then like Adepticon, like Las Vegas Open's like your big thing that happens. That's where they're doing their big announcements over in Las Vegas Open. It's starting to pick up popularity. So Las Vegas is in Nevada. So you got Las Vegas Open down south of me. And then you got Adepticon that's in Chicago, Illinois. You got like Gen Con in Indianapolis or Indiana. Somewhere around there. Nova's in Washington, D.C. And then all the other crazy cons, like even like the like historical things is up in Pennsylvania. Guess they had like Dragon Con. I think Dragon Con's in the Midwest. All the cons are like all in the Midwest, like all the big ones. So Golden Demons in Midwest. That's in Chicago, Illinois. Nothing happens over there in the West. Yeah, it's popular, but the thing is like pricing of like renting conventions. When you start getting over to the west, the western states, it's like stupid expensive. It's expensive here. It's expensive in California. We used to have Comic Cons here in Reno. We used to have the cool Wizard Cons, and they stopped coming here because the conventions raised the price on renting out the place, which it's like empty. You know, it's like rented out like 10 times out of a year, and it's just vacant and empty all the time. And they raised it so much that even the cons stopped coming. Like they just stopped doing it. Like they do like the big San Diego Comic Con, but that's when you're having like like 100,000 people attending is the only time where it makes it worth it. And then when you get there, everything's just stupid expensive because the booth rents there are just so pricey, so you have to spend so much money there. It's unfortunate. And then so all these cons that happen with, you know, anime cons and miniature cons and stuff like that are over in the Midwest because they're cheaper. It's cheaper to rent out the conventions. Hey, what's up, Doom Paints? How you doing? Normally your guys' golden demons are in like May. Like I thought your guys' golden demons are in the summer. So you got Adepticon that happens in March, and then you got like April, May, and then Warhammer Fest starts. That's when you guys do your golden demon. Pretty sure that you have a golden demon this year. I think it falls in like May or whatnot. The worst part about over there, though, is just such limited amount of tickets that you can get to go. It's like the only like big bump. Oh, they already said it that they're not gonna do one? That's surprising. I wonder why. I'm pretty good, man. Just chilling. Literally, weather says it's 9 degrees. Feels like -10. It's just super cold where you're at. Oh yeah, I forgot Doom Paints. You're in Ohio also. Yeah, see, I was planning on making a trip down to Ohio probably this summer. See if I can try to bring the whole fam. I think we'll go. I think we'll go and try to stay somewhere in like Cincinnati, I guess. And then make our way out to the outer regions of Cincinnati and where Columbia is and stuff like that. And then check out the areas there and stay, see some things, look at stuff, do stuff. Not to make a whole plan of what we're gonna do. Probably try to stay a weekend. Try to stay a week there, and then kind of chillax and just do whatever. Really, see what we can do over there. See what it'll be like. Because just valuation of my house, selling it and moving over there, I won't have too much expenses. Have relatively things paid for, and then I'll just open up a game store in one of those small little towns in between. I think it'll get a pretty good popularity, but most of my stuff will be like online sales anyways. Actually just open up a game store. I can easily do paint classes. Oh, he's up there in Canada. It's negative 50 degrees Celsius. That's what, negative? That's negative 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Did I do that right? Did I do the math correct on that? And the worst part is you got like no other weather but just dry, cold, just cold, windy, cold. Don't have any snow, no nothing, just cold ass temperature. Extremely dry where you guys are at. Especially this time of year, it's kind of crazy to see that. Phoenix? Where are you located at? Negative 16 degrees? Where is that called? You just don't get snow? It is dry cold. It's like you're in Siberia or something? Close enough. Same kind of altitude. Same kind of longitude, latitudes. They're like that same kind of northern hemisphere area. They high up there. Chilling by the North Pole and shit. So yeah, I've got a little bit of snow up there, Dragoon. There's other parts of Canada, they haven't got any snow yet. Been just cold and dry and no moisture. Cold, dry, no moisture. Oh yeah, Missouri, that's freezing too up there. Good old Missouri. I never got anything until after Christmas. Yeah, like our weather didn't come until after Christmas. It finally started making its way down here in the valley. It's been snowing up in the high mountain altitude. This really hasn't came into the valleys, and now it's like in the valley, and we've been pretty cold temperatures, but it's been warm now, and the snow's melting pretty quickly, so nice. But it was a lot of snow right off the jump.
down here in the valley. It wasn't like it just gradually gave us some and just came over and just like boop, dropped the foot on us and been like, there you go. I'm like, oh boy. Oh, now we're gonna have all these warm kind of tropical spins off and rainstorms, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. We're gonna get some good flooding going. Flash flood action. But it's still cold enough up there in the mountains to keep it, you know, snowing up in the higher elevations, but down really warm. And Doom paints, I mean, you get that stuff from good old Lake Erie, so you guys get a lot of wet, cold. Like when you say it feels like -10 degrees, you guys have like that up there in that northern part of Ohio by those Great Lakes. You guys get that crazy humidity cold. I don't know if it's felt all the way through Ohio. I'm Yeah, you just get the wind. You just get that coldness that comes right off of that lake. It's still like that kind of that wet cold you guys get up there. Yeah, it was like my first time actually experiencing like that wet cold was when I was at Adepticon. It did snow a little bit and rain, and that wind picked up, and that wind was cold. It went right through my clothing. I was like, wow, my thing goes right through you. Like, there's a huge difference between dry cold and wet cold, man. That went right through me. And it wasn't even like that cold up there when I was at Adepticon last year. It was like ridiculous. It was like ridiculous because it was only like 30 or 40 degrees Fahrenheit there. And it was like 35 to like 40 degrees. And I was like, okay, that's not bad. Because I was leaving and it was like in the teens here in northern Nevada. And I went over there and I'm like, this should be bad. That wind picked up and boy, that was cold, man. Right through me. I was like, wow, that is so cold. Crazy. That was the first time experiencing that. Like to that magnitude. I experienced like a relatively wet cold, and that was like from, and I used to do visits over to San Francisco a lot when I was younger, you know, and going and seeing Alcatraz, and I had to like bundle up, you know, that it was like 50 degrees or whatnot. It was like 50 degrees, but that water coming off that Pacific Ocean, man, it was just cold. Cold. I was like, wow, I'm like, this is really cold. Not to the lengths of when I was at Adepticon. Did that snow and then that wind came and it just cut right through me. That was rough. Get this part done on this. We're down to the nitty gritty. Membranes, all the fleshy stuff. Tyranid. After this is all complete, we're like on a downward stroke here.
Turn up this a little bit brighter. Better.
Here with just regular burgundy. Pins. Good stuff. Parts. thing when it comes to. Always have a feeling like it always takes a little longer when you got wings. Still doing really good. We're making still really good progress here. Nice. That one by really quick. I think I might drop down to a smaller brush. Not a number 1 or a 0. Either one of those will work really well. And we're going to take pale pink. That's going to be our next added part to do the highlights on the membrane fleshy stuff. Like I missed the whole wing over here. Got some of it, but not. All right, got it all.
switch this over. Now let's go ahead and drop the pale pink. We'll mix it into the same batch with the burgundy and the tan flesh. But we got that mid-tone color. Gonna give us our final highlight. Okay. Got something that was like a little bit more like a Pepto-Bismol pink. Go ahead and do this. What we're going to do is just kind of etch in line. And just sit there and just late line. All the way through, even on the dark area. Kind of hitting the high points, low points. Really doesn't matter. We're just sitting there just trying to get the highlights that we want. Kind of striking in every area. Not doing definitive lines, real short burst lines. Do that, then it kind of gives it more texture. Kind of sitting here just working left to right, not going straight up and down where everything is at. Going left to right. Just keep striking left to right. Like little small little strike burst. Probably go a little brighter. I need like a really definitive difference between my mid-tone and my highlight. So kind of like an edge highlight. Brighter here. I think what this does just gives it a little bit more realism. All the way down, and then is it texturing that I want? That's where we'll be exactly kind of where we want it right there.
really see the contrast difference here. Plugging away, good. And because I'm hitting this in every area, whether it goes down into the recess or not, this is what's helping me blend, tricking your eyeball into the blending process here of your base coat to your mid-tone, because they're kind of very block, you know, they're very definitive between your dark base color and your mid-tone that you have right here. And then when you strike it with all, then it kind of blends all of them together as a whole. It kind of tricks your eyeballs. And then once we hit it with the oil wash, then it kind of really fades all of it into a unison of color. You want to make sure that your lines, when you're making your lines, make them as thin as you possibly can, and make sure that you're not like completely covering the area you're doing. Make sure that they're just line works. And then when you start getting into the little fleshy tone parts here, just highlight the top parts of them. Try not to consume all your mid-tone when you're doing this. Thinner the better on those areas. Same thing with the little vents on their arms and all this. I try to just put one singular line in there, the thinnest I can put. Building up that membrane. Fleshy, feel alive. when you're doing the internal parts on this, you want to go as light brush pressure as you possibly can, because you're not going to get that kind of definitive lines that on the outside just.
That'd be cool doing paints. I think that'd be cool. I'm just trying to figure out exactly where I want to go, where I need to be, and kind of get some things planned out there. And yeah, I'm down for that. I think it'll be fun. Just gotta try to get a day, get everything kind of scheduled and ready. Try to make the plans, and then try to just figure out what I want to do when I'm down there too. I just want to just kind of just visit and feel of that Midwest freaking culture life there. The wife has a. Later in the evenings on Twitch. Nice. That's awesome.
I always appreciate. Definitely a different change in tone and how the membranes are working on the fleshy parts on the Tyranid. Definitely tell the before and after that. Okay. Plugging away. Real light brush pressure because we're not going to be able to have the actual tip of the brush. And light brush. Is the state's goal Golden Demon this year, and that's it? Oh. Well, I'm kind of glad I'm kind of missing it. That means that everybody all around the world is going to be coming over to states to do the Golden Demon here. That's going to bring a lot of competition on this Golden Demon entries. That's so strange. I wonder why England's not doing it. They're like, we don't have any time. Like 6,000 minimum. I think that's like, yeah, that's kind of like the max out anyways over at Adepticon. I think they're only up to like 6,000 to 10,000 go, but I think there'll be a lot more entries. A lot more people making the trip over if Adepticon is the only one that's going to be holding the Golden Demon this year. It just kind of blows me away why England's not doing it. That's the big question. Lack of resources and then being behind on production deals and stuff like that to try to get more production stuff out. They're like, no one's having a break. No one, we're not doing that. I was just focusing on trying to just get more product out to everybody. And then that rumor that I've been hearing that they're going to open up a fourth factory there in England so they can get some more productions down, but they're kind of up and down about doing it. From last I heard, from an article I read,
called the membrane. And now all we have is just green and purple on this dude, but we gotta do the double here. After this one, I take some of that burgundy, I take some of the tan flush, so we can make the mid-tone color. I take a bunch of that pale pink. Same really brightness. I just need enough of it to this model. Then we'll go into the purples, smash out the purples. Be a little bit quicker because it's a lot smaller surface area that we got to do. And then we just got to do the glow out on the greens for the tips of the blades, because that's just a little accent that I added to the model itself. Yeah, I know. And then they're gonna increase the price again. They just did it. And they just did it last quarter. That the combat patrol boxes for the Necrons and the AdMax went up to the point where it's like you buy that box, you only get a character. The character is the only thing that kind of gets. That's what you get for, I guess you would say free, I guess, because you're paying $160 for a combat patrol box, but you're almost to the point of paying like the full price of all the miniatures if you bought them separately. Most of the time you buy a combat patrol box because they give you stuff where like you get a vehicle for free. You know, you get a $60, you get like a $60 savings for buying a combat patrol box, and now they dropped it down to 30. If they raise it again, then you're looking at, you know, saving like 10-15 bucks on a combat patrol box. So there's definitely some sting about that, for sure, raising the prices that they are. And it sucks too because the supply and demand, the demand is so high that once they supply it, they can put their own price tag on it, that's for sure. Squeezing what they can. Let's go ahead and do the hard part. Start working on the backside first. Stuff in the Yeah, I mean, it's like I get that inflation prices go up. I understand the concept of that. The problem is that when inflation goes back down, prices do.
think it's taking advantage of the moment. Interest rate start slowly coming back down here in the next couple of years, I would imagine. Just because they do price cuts does not mean prices of product will go exactly. And it sucks. Then the other thing is that when people are keep on buying, prices will always keep on increasing. I think they're probably just increasing it to the point where it slows people down from buying so they can keep up with the production part. They raise the price high enough where people are not buying as many, then they can actually. That could be a strategy that they're using. And a price increase and making sure that the product staying on the shelves a little longer. So they can get more product done and shelves, but the problem is that I just don't believe the price change, and that could hurt company as a whole. Bring the price down. Sold. Kind of depends on the consumer too. Depends on if we are going to still keep buying them at. It will not sell at all. Yeah, I think maybe this could be a strategic plan to raise prices to keep the boxes on the shelves so they can actually do their full cycling of getting all the products back out again. Then maybe drop their prices, but I doubt that the prices will ever drop. Like they never do. Once you hit that benchmark, the prices doesn't go down. Yeah, then and in the talks of doing another factory, but if the prices are too high and people are buying, then that puts it in jeopardy for the new factory making more product. Product is, but then again, it can just all really based on what the consumers know. That we were complaining about how the prices are going up. They're still selling out at a high price. We're kind of up the creek. Is that's what the price tag will be set at if they're still able to sell at that. Not able to sell at the price tag, then there might be a real valuation of pricing of the product. What's up, Antifreeze? How you doing? They're trying to get these Tyranid Primes done. Then I think the next one we're gonna do, it'll be a Neuro Tyrant. After this, I'll do Neuro Tyrant afterwards. Do the big brain dude. We might do 2 at the same time. Probably get another one on the prize wheel. Twitch fans. Right now I'm just trying to get this partnership going with YouTube, so I'm shooting for this 1,000 subscribers, so if you guys would help me out, if viewing this, to like the video, subscribe to the channel. I do live streams painting these miniatures. These all on Sundays. Getting 2,000 points of Tyranids done. I think after the Tyranids, we'll probably do AdMechs, as they're a little time consuming, and then I can kind of break them down a little bit smaller on YouTube than on Twitch. People on Twitch like a little more fast-paced models. YouTube, you can kind of take your time and you can fast forward and rewind and everything else, and they're kind of immortalized on here where they're not immortalized on Twitch. Started on Twitch, so I kind of still keep on sticking to it, but I really would like to try to get a partnership with YouTube, and then when I do, I will stream more days on YouTube getting product done. But that will keep me busy almost every day of the week. So that's why I've been so hot and heavy on building as many models as I can this month, because I think I'll be heavy in painting a lot of miniatures. All different factions. I like to start spreading myself out more on doing different games too, besides Game Workshop. Like, I really do enjoy playing a game from Mantic Games doing their Armada with the boats. It's actually an extremely fun game. Like, I like 40K, I like Age of Sigmar, I like the gameplay and everything. But I really do like Armada. Like, Armada is fun. It's cold down there in Texas. The products, yeah, bikers count, but I don't think they'll ever do that. Like, I don't think they'll ever go into another country. So I think they're just going to open up another factory there in England to make production. Like, it may seem like silly on our aspect, like, why not build a factory here? But then on the other thing is that because of the free trading that we got here in the United States, it's probably cheaper to ship the products to our states because it's free trade, so our tariffs are not that high. So it's not a necessity to actually build a factory here when shipping large containers of product here is cheaper than probably actually getting a factory, getting employees, getting the insurance,
because you're in a foreign country of England, going to a foreign country, I couldn't imagine what the boundaries are there of how to build a factory and all that kind of stuff. Here in the States, and all the, and all the mismatch and paperworks and all that stuff, and the money that you have to implement from a foreign country, building an actual factory that's attached to your company, and like attached to the company there in England, doing foreign companies opening up everywhere. I can only imagine with the paperwork and the price tag and everything else, but opening up another factory in England and just doing the big shipping cargoes just going to the United States is probably much cheaper. I don't imagine that the tariff taxes that are shipping products here to the United States is that expensive. You gotta look at that aspect also. What is the actual price tag of the tariffs of sending product here? Especially when you have a product that's not a biohazard or fiery substance of any kind. So like the hazardous kind of material is down low. So the tariffs got to be really relatively cheap to actually ship stuff to us. And actually trying to build a factory, get productions, getting employees, getting things kind of up and going. I think that's like the key problem there. And then maybe like whatever kind of tax breaks or tax cuts for actually keeping jobs in that country of, in the United Kingdom. Actually keeping the jobs and keeping the company in that country probably get some pretty cool, probably some big tax write-offs or whatever for doing so. Hiring, their deal there in England. Probably way to go in that aspect of business wise. There's just so many questions you have to ask in all those kind of outputs, like just build one over here, but I'm like, I think there's a little bit more of a process and an issue and buying property and doing all that kind of stuff and all that. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Biker Scout. Yeah, and that's true. And like, and you love the EU, and that's agreeable. But still, you gotta. And then the other thing is shipping the products that England gets from wherever they get their plastic from. Where I'm imagining they're getting their plastic from China. In the China, well, the China over the United States would probably be easier to get to than China to England. Getting the material sources and getting the material sources over there, like over here, from there to here, because I imagine they would probably still do the same dealio of getting shipments going to England, and England shipping all the material sources to the United States. For the factory to start making plastic miniatures, instead of actually having like two different kind of shipping grounds, where you have the shipping yard that goes from England or goes from China to England for material sources, and then China to the United States, because we get stuff from China all the time. It would be easier to get the material products to us. But I don't know if it would go in that direction. And then also, what is the cost of that to ship from that direction? And I think there's just like a lot of logistical pricing that you have to kind of price out and see if it's reasonable and sustaining enough to do so. Because I thought about it too. I'm just like, it's so silly. Why don't they just build one here? And it's been in talks for years, but
I think that the best thing is to do it still through. Then you're gonna be spending even more money too on getting your like websites to get into the more logistics of where you're located from and what warehouse is it gonna be coming from and all that such forth. Like I think there's gonna be a lot more entailed into it. That would probably cost them more to do so than to not do. What's up, you've been kind? How you doing? How's it going? The line work right now, just fleshy membranes that look good, and then we'll start jumping over into the purples. Big glow greens on the front claws. We're all set. Ready for washes. Got another 2 done, so we're plugging them away. Good. Tyranids. A lot of the character models. We haven't really done any of the models. Any of the other things on the stream just yet. Kind of grind my way all the way up to working on that good old Destiny. Get up to thousands. Bringing in content. Feel like if I just keep painting, this is like the easiest way for me to get YouTube videos going, even though that they are long, but they're not like short and sweet videos. We're actually doing live paint jobs, but at least I'm actually able to just keep getting videos on here per week. So we kind of hit that 1,000 subscriber goal. Follows, and then once I do that, then it's about bringing the hourly viewership. So I'll just start painting more days. It's easier for me to do this, so then I don't have to spend so much time cutting and editing videos. I think that eats up so much of my time. I'm not that good at it, that's the thing. And I do make recordings, like I have a handful of recordings that I just edited done and getting them edited, and then after I'm done editing them, then I can get them posted up on YouTube on my channel, but it takes a lot of time. Oh, easier for me to take the time I do have make good sessions like I do with Twitch. And it's just unfortunate that it's just not as many. Working on D&D's Chimera, nice. That'll be a cool model to do. Last wing, and then we got all the flesh membranes all done. Things all the way up so we can start doing a wash coat. Wash coat done. We're on just regular blank bases. We'll just do the nice cool little shake base. Gaming Scenics. Painting just a bunch of lines. Sections here. Pulse. Big thing that we have to get on these figures. Big, actually going by relatively quick. We got all the membrane stuff done. Now it's time to start busting out the purples. Back over. Doing 2 of them at the same time. Relatively easy. So we did the base coat with this with just dark purple. Blue, black. So we did just dark purple from Pro Acryl from Monument Hobbies, exclamation mark Pro. And now we're gonna go Royal Purple, same company. Paint all over myself. Kind of the deal here. Gonna work on midtones. It's highlighting everything that we're doing, taking up a little bit more of that dark purple, but still saving some of that dark purple. Not completely covering it. Purple kind of takes a few extra steps than norm. Then we go into the midtones here, but then we're going to go into secondary midtone, and then we edge highlight. really awesome. We get Tyranids too. Start getting these posted on my store on the Discord, exclamation mark Discord. Full setted armies ready to rock and roll. Doesn't look like much, but that's what it was. That's where it's at now. Kind of a good like before and after kind of deal. Fuzzy on brush. Brighter of a purple. A little exciting too to see what they're going to be announcing for Las Vegas Open. Oops.
Tournament for next weekend. Ooh, that's gonna be exciting though. That's exciting to do a tournament though. Made to the board until list is finalized. Post data slate. Says the bases into the board. Ah, gotcha. They're just waiting for that final hone-in details on your army, and then you'll start recessing them into the board. Have a cool display board. Matching. Good. Great progress. I'll set the new one. The other one. Now we're going to sit here. We're going to add
And we're actually going to emphasize on the mid-tone a little bit more because we're going from a dark purple, royal purple. You can kind of somewhat tell what we got going, but we need to go up a bit more on. And then we go up to the edge highlight, which would be just the faded plum. Plum. This royal purple, take the faded plum, mix it into this batch here. Hopefully I have enough here to both of them. More royal purple. I want to make sure I got a good batch so I can them both the same. Now this is going to be a little bit faster here through this process. Practically just edge. Taking a little bit more. Miniature spot that I'm painting. Real like almost kind of like real thick edge. Fuzzy. I don't know where all the fuzzies are coming from, but big highlights that were here. They're not edge highlights, they're just really highlighting purples on these guys. Dark purple still keep most of the royal purple, so you have like a nice little fade in there. Got a fuzzy. I don't know where they're coming from. Must be some like fuzziness floating on. Nice, really nice, beautiful, big, big, thick highlight. Then we'll go into edge highlights will be the thing that'll actually deter this model really well. Thick line. Here. Edges, so we got some good. Close. I know that the a bit had to go up some. brush and need a little bit more flow.
Chaotic Painting, what's up? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, as we're trying to finish up these Tyranid Primes. Developing all the purples.
Up into that brighter mid-tone. That's the color that we're really shooting for. And then we just got to edge it after we're done. And we just got to do just the brown claws, which does go by real quick. And then the green claws. And then we're all done. Thought I mixed enough for both, but took a little of the royal purple, and then I mixed the faded plum in there. highlighted color that we got. We haven't got into edge highlights just yet. Just light we're bringing in. comfortable here. It was like hardcore, like painting, like non-stop, no breaks. Trying to get these things done. Knock out 2 and 2 streams. I don't want to send. I don't want to really do a 3rd stream. Not when we're just like we're this close to being. Got the paintbrush too. There. And we go into the edge highlight. Feels like eternity. Make these things nice. They're like what I consider my tabletop plus ultras. They're tabletop standard, of course, and making them just brilliant, beautiful. Tabletop, on, off. Paint them up like this. If you have your RTTs, Pro Trader tournaments, or anything like that, walk away with best paint army. Full time RTTs, best paint army. Done. Stellar. Good, and they look good on the tabletop. Good way to score up some gift cards. What I normally get at RTTs or gift cards. Love gift cards. Yes, I will take the. I don't play good enough to be like getting cool price stuff. And for walk away with some form of achievement. Okay, now we gotta go. Now we got like a matching set. Nice. Here, go into just the faded plum. Just faded plum itself. Edge highlights. This thing will like ignite all the purples that we've done. Kind of tracing everything in. It's all traced in. We're done with the purples. Then we'll go straight to the browns for the claws. Here, you want to just try your best to keep the lines as thin as possible. And just kind of trace out each one of the little scale armor pieces. Nothing more fancier than just that. A little bit of line work that show that you just showed a little bit of love on every little piece here. Some of them come out to be a little bit larger than you're expecting. That big of a deal because it still gives it. For a lot of these like armor. There's armor panelings coming from. Work just nice and thin. Kind of like a little trace that's going inside there, and it just kind of just hones in the actual piece, just defines it a little bit more. Difficult. It's a little hard to reach some of these edges. There's a little bit of nice little addition. Once you get all the highlights, and then edge highlights are my favorite highlights. I love doing these. Really think it always brings out the best out of the figure. Even if you have just a few of these things, you don't have to have like every one. Kind of be a little bit about these. Every line. but it does bring out just one extra step process. Definitely just brings them out just a touch more. Like shoulder pad, really an edge highlight, but it's just kind of like a reflection. Right here on the
Oh, super. Reach this side when you're a lefty or a righty. Or a lefty, I think you'll be okay on this. The other side. Oh.
Much. So many lines. So many lines. Hindsight. Only have time just to finish up this one dude here. Finish this up and just get it finished. Other one, I'll just do that after I'm done with this string. I want to carry this on. Fortunately, I thought maybe I can get both of them done, but I probably need 2 hours. I think I could finish the rest of these up. Rest of this dude up. All the little things that we gotta do. Those of the greens and brown. The brown claws. So the highlighted of the purples, so I'll just have to do the other highlights on the. After I'm done, let's go ahead and bust out the rest of this. So we'll do the brown claws. They're easy. We need dark golden brown for our base. That's what we're mixing into. Okay. And we're gonna need a little bit of yellow ochre. And we're gonna need bright ivory. That's what's gonna give all our claws up into kind of like that bone shape that we've been making on them. Just real quick. I'm gonna take the golden brown, take the yellow ochre, mix that together. You're gonna get some really nasty looking brown, real bright yellowish brown. Take the bright ivory, mix this into the bit. Okay. Off. Go through and just hit all my little brown claws here.
What's up, Jasper? How you doing? Finish room, but I can try to stop in and show some support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of little bone thorn things, bone claws coming out of everything here. That's all the bones I want. Now we're going to take more bright ivory, mix it into it till where it's all just pretty much bright ivory. Just like a slight hue of the previous color. And this is what's going to finish up all the bones. Bone claws. It just the highlighted parts and just kind of the tips, edges. This, and then get oil washed, and then that is a final finished model. Besides getting the base done, planning on doing just YouTube videos over those. Doing recordings, I just gotta do the editing. I like the recording parts are the easiest part. Is the top edit it all up so you guys can watch it with relative ease. The hard part. My hardest part. Getting cold. But the snow stopped. That's a good thing here. Alright, got all the teeth, got all the claws. Now we just got to go into the greens real quick, give it a wash, and then we're done. Well, we're done with this one. I just got to get this other one matching. I just got to get the edge highlights on the purple, but everything else was pretty much all done on the stream. Already went through all the edge highlighting purposes on this one. Just got to brighten up the claws, brighten up the green. Green is relatively easy. I don't think, well, yeah, we do. All right, green, going black green. That's what the base color of that was. Did I do the eyeballs? Gotta make sure that we hit the eyeballs also. Green. Just need a little bit, not a whole lot. Then we're gonna go into regular green. Then we're gonna go into bright yellow green. And then that's how we're gonna give a slight glow effect on all the claws. Taking the green, mix it into the black green. We actually get kind of like true green. Only doing it on these little ends of the claws just to give it the cool little accent. Eyeballs. You can just bone claw them if you want. Wrong with that either. Give a little bit of a shadow effect on the inside there, like we did on this one. The practical all green. Now let's get a little specific here and hit these eyeballs. These eyeballs are really, really, really tiny. With extreme caution. Balls. Lot. Add a little bit more green into this mix. We're going to start adding the bright yellow green. We're going to get something like a lime green color. Nice bright lime greens. One here, we're just kind of hit the edges. A little bit on the insides. Like a highlight. Give kind of a good shadow. Inside, not gonna do much, just a nice thick glow. Side. There. Side. Do a whole glow. Just make the whole thing bright right on the top. Bit of a thick line on the there, but keep everything relatively shaded on the inside. Eyeballs. Now we're going to put in even more of the bright yellow green. Slight mix of the two, just a slight hue darker than the actual color itself. Final amount that we're going to blow. Highlight. Yep, right there. Do inside, same thing. Trace it. Edge highlight right there, just rubbing the flat of the brush. Pop. A little bit of the inside there. Here we're just tip there. Kind of paint a line right down there. This, take a tip. Single line right down the center. Inside. Hit. Tip. Oh. Edge. Side. Tip. Cool little glow effects there. Take a little bit more. Touch just a little bit on the inside of the eye. That is one completed Tyranid Prime. That's it. And then I'll get the other one matching. We were really close. I was almost able to do two of them all in one stream. But let's go ahead and get the wash on. I'm going to do a brown wash. So we can kind of tone everything down to make it look like how our Death Leaper is. You can see like the different shades of how the color is on them. Super bright. We're going to tone it down, bring it all nice and dark. So how we're going to do that, we're going to be using Mr. Hobby, Mr. Weather Coloring. We're going to do a ground brown. Comes in two forms. This is the actual oil.
This is the oil wash. This is the solvent. This is how you're going to move the oil wash on the figure. So I poured it into this little bottle thing right here. Of the solvent in there. Dip right into brown. Take a oil brush. A brush that you're just going to use specifically for just oils. Dip it into the wash first. I dip it into the solvent afterwards. Then this will give me movement. Great thing about the oil wash is that I can lay it down pretty heavy. It removes really easily. You got about like 20 minutes with this wash. Got lots of time to kind of move it around and do whatever you want to do with it. Pull some extra right off of here. Put it on something else. Kind of goes on a little too heavy. I can sit there and pull it away. Add it into the rest of this bottle. Really gives it some shapes and forms. Really goes in all the little nooks and crannies. And we're kind of shading everything down a couple extra shades. Bringing in that skin tone, everything else that we kind of have on this model, flushing it out. Taking away any of my highlights, the edge highlights that I did, that sorts. We're just toning things down. A little bit of a tone down. Just because, unless you want to keep it that bright, and there's nothing wrong with keeping it. That was the color that you wanted to go with. Go with that. Fill this all in. Shade it down. Bit of a wash. That's a full wash. Give it just a minute. We'll give it a couple minutes to give it a kind of a good set. Because it is an oil. It does take about 20 minutes for it to be completely dry. Sometimes a little longer in the winter, a little shorter in the summer. On the temperatures and everything else. And we're going to take it's back so I don't knock anything over, because that's that. So we're going to take up a little bit of makeup sponges. Partial ones that I chop up with some scissors. A little bit of awesome tweezers so I can grab some of these. So we can kind of get into some harder places, harder accessible places. Not so easy to get to. Those got a main one to get pretty much everything that I can try to reach, grab. I'm gonna kind of just rub this gently across the model. Where I can reach with big part of the this big part of the sponge gently, because I don't want to sit here and catch any of the claws and all that great. Take off as much as I can off of the purples that we did, so we can get some really good, nice highlights showing through of all the highlight work that we did on here. Those are kind of like my first attacks on this, is where I want something to be bright. And I started attacking everything else. Lightly, just gently. Rubbing the excess off. And when you go gently like this, it doesn't go into like the... this. Up on everything. Can't really reach anything else on the insides. I'm gonna take some of these, pinch them with the tweezers, and kind of reach inside. Get to some of these spots that are really hard with the full sponge. Eyeballs, spots that are hard to reach, leg, tail, and side of the wing. Oh, that is it. Okay. And so now we got two that we can compare. Right. Or the after. Turn darker and more receded into the lines. More definition it gets instead of just having it super bright. It has a wash, tones it down, touch, make it pretty. Alright. That is a Tyranid Prime finished, completed. After I'm done with the stream, I'm going to finish this one up to match this one and then be done with both of them. Next one that we'll do is probably be a Nero Tyrant. Probably do the Nero Tyrant next. Get this bad boy all done on our next Sunday stream. But other than that, I am going to not close up shop because I'm going to get right back into working on the other one. But that is a full and completed Tyranid Prime. I'm going to close out with you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me on this Sunday on YouTube Live. Make sure you like the video. Make sure that you subscribe to this channel. I'm trying to reach that 1,000 subs. So if you guys can help me accomplish that, thank you so much for that. Hit me up in the comment sections if you have any questions that you want to do. Shout out to the sponsors above. You can get to access to those with the command in chat, or you can go over to my Discord, !Discord. They'll be over there in my sponsor affiliate links, as well as the Wicked stores on my Discord as well. And I have dice, and I have one army working on the second one. This is the third army that'll eventually be going up on there. Let's see here. Shout out. Let's see here, and then !Socials for my socials, for Instagram and all the other social media goodies are on there. And but yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Thank you so much for coming and watching. And yeah, if you guys don't mind subscribing, I really do appreciate it, and like the video. Thank you so much. Other than that, that's pretty much a closeout. After I'm done here, I'm going to go right back into the other one and finish that one up. But that is a full Tyranid Prime completed and finished. And we did that in 2 videos, doing 2 of them. I think I probably maybe could have got 1 done in 1 video. But we'll see what we do when we work on the Nero Tyrant. That'll be on next Sunday. Otherwise, we're going to be working on the Skull Crusher from Artle W, !Artle. We're going to be doing this thing on Monday. So I'll have another one ready for the prize wheel spin wheel on Twitch, !Twitch,
come over and follow me over there on Twitch while we do that. I do that Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then YouTube lives just on Sundays until I acquire what I want. Then the next thing is to do more videos during the week on YouTube live. So that is what we're going to try to get. Everybody, thank you. I really do appreciate coming and hanging out with me. Till then, I will catch you guys tomorrow while we work on the Skull Crusher. Then we work on Space Bros afterwards. Oh, thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. You have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you guys on Monday. Till then, take care.